Good morning, or good afternoon, or whatever. Still not entirely used to the possibility of time differences. Okay, so yesterday the seams between terrain got fixed. So it might not be that... might not have been that visible either way with this terrain setup. So we have a terrain setup of 1,000 times 1,000 in dimension, 1,000 times 1,000 in resolution, and then we have a subdivision constant of 2, which means that we subdivide it twice. So once would give us 4 squares, and 2 times gives us 4 times 4 squares. And we're gonna continue today with terrain related stuff. We're gonna start exploring some early optimization tricks we can do, although like I'm very much impressed with what kind of good performance we have anyway. Let's see here, let's delete those. So I mean, this is just default. We generate a mesh on startup. We use what do we use? Mesh filter, mesh renderer, and like the result is quite good. It's extremely good actually. I wonder if we want to do something like this, like, do we want to add a cube in the middle, I don't know, scale it 100 times 100. Is that too big? Ten times 10. Spawn the character on that one so we can view a lot more terrain, maybe. Just see what kind of performance we get. Okay, but before we continue, there's one thing I want to fix. So previously we relied on onValidate to re-render the terrain. So every time we changed something here, we re-rendered the terrain or re-instantiated the terrain. And we did it by hiding the old one and doing the full generation process from scratch once again. Best way to do it, probably to add a generate button here. So, and when we click that button, we delete the current terrain and we regenerate the new one. Although I've never done anything similar to this, so let's see what information we can find online to help us with this. Add generate button on terrain base in Unity editor. Yes, we're gonna have to do something like this. – 2011. I wonder if it's still relevant. Yeah, let's try something like this. Do we need to have it in an editor folder? Ooh, maybe we do editor. Let's try it without it first. Or actually, I do want a folder here, but let's call it editor then. And yeah, it might be good. So terrain base editor. Do I want to add here? Maybe. That's not because of my... Oh, it actually is. Oh, yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, maybe we want to keep it like this. On inspector... okay. So, terrain base. Target. Would love to have access to that link. Okay. 2020, okay, more recent, that's good. Do we want to go down this rabbit hole? Yes. Yeah, I guess it's time to learn this stuff. I've long been wanting to dive into it, like extending the editor. And why not start with a small thing like adding a button. Okay, let's see here. Custom editor type of move enemy, so that's a reference to what we're actually changing. Brack, what's up? Hi, if you want to just trigger function from the editor, just add context menu attribute to your function. Is that true? That would be insane. So if I would like to trigger this one, can I seriously do context menu? And do you write a title like this, item name just generate? Do it need to be public, or let's check out context menu as well. Ah, so it's added here. Generate, is that? Jesus. That's pretty damn cool. Let's see if that works. Okay, that's pretty damn nice. Thank you for that tip. Am I gonna survive another day without learning how to actually extend the editor? Yeah, let's work with this. We want to clean it up a bit, so we're gonna do, let's add private here, and we do, I wonder if this works. Thank you again, thank you once again, Brack, for that. Private void regenerate. I think we can skip generate on awake. Let's call this regenerate. And what we're going to do here is, let's see, let's add a, what do we have? Private generate. Let's also add a private void clear. Although, what do we need to clear actually here? Terrain patch has references. It should be okay to just delete the game objects, I think. So this returns transform, so let's do game object. And then I wonder if we want to do destroy immediate. Although, yeah, we want to check if we're an editor or not here, I think. Called from editor. Check if it's even possible. Check if method was called from editor Unity. Not exactly what we want. Actually, I think I had... fuck it. Clear, generate. Let's try this one. Not entirely correct. Let's see. It did delete some, I think, but not all of them. Which is very weird. Newly generated, old ones. Did I forget to do something here? Destroy immediate. Yeah, this fucks up the for loop, possibly. So do we want to do it like -1 I is good morning, Geralt. I wouldn't go that far, but I appreciate it. While I is less than or equal to 0, and then we do, will this fix it? So the same logic that applies to when you want to clear an array, you want to destroy it from the back, or list, you want to destroy it from the back to not change the size. What up, Cypher? Maybe, let's try it. So if we do garden, I'm not well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Is it a virus? Is it that time again? Ooh, food poisoning. Damn, I'm sorry, man. Hope you feel better soon. Jesus, food poisoning is not fun. Okay, let's see if regenerate works now. Regenerate. Fuck yeah, it does. Okay, good. So now we can do, we have our terrain base. We can go up to this one, context menu, regenerate. Fucking beautiful. Easy as hell to add as well. Brack over on YouTube told me about this. What is it? It's not even 9:30 local time and I've already learned one new thing today. What a beautiful start. So how's the day looking for you, Cypher? Are you gonna lean back and chill this entire day, or are you going to try and work anyway? And we can see here that when we regenerate this one, it actually is pretty slow, but it does a lot of things, so understandable. Let's see, and now we don't generate it on run anymore, so maybe we should be up and running a little bit quicker. one would hope at least. Okay, here we can actually see pretty good frames anyway. It's actually insane to me, this FPS here. Like, this is a lot of vertices. 2.5 million triangles, 1.3 million vertices. I'm not even sure. I can improve this probably. 250. What would be the what kind of FPS would we get if we don't have any terrain at all? Okay, we're gonna have to pump these numbers up. So let's do garden, just to be able to, like, if we just go from this starting point, there's really nothing to improve upon. So let's do terrain base. We're gonna go with dimension 1,000 times 1,000. I think that's good. Or should we go? What happens if you go 10,000 times 10,000? Is that too much? $5,000 should probably do it. Let's do 5,000 in resolution as well. Let's try and regenerate this and see if we get a crash or what happens. Regenerate. Really? 1,000 times 1,000. What are we jumping from here? Let's see. Calculator. $1 million to 20. Oh yeah, of course. 25 million. Should it take this much longer? Question mark. That's not good. How have I not managed to fix this yet? Oh, is this a problem because this one is not divided by, but it should be, or 5,000 divided by 4. This works. 100 times 100 works. If we just put it up to 2,000 and 2,000 here as well, what do we get? Man, I'm having tech issues today. This day is cursed. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a very good start. I asked you previously, like, are you going to work today? Try and work through the food poisoning, or... Okay, this generation is also cursed. I don't know why we're getting this problem. Just in one direction as well. I think... Yeah, just in the X direction. Let's check it out. Probably just missed something simple. Terrain. Is it in terrain patch? Or actually, let's terrain base. Position. Like, if we take a look at what we're generating here, the center seems to be okay. We are getting the correct amount of patches, but they're not sized correctly. They're squished in the X direction. Yeah, I'm gonna try, see how it goes. I was updating GFX drivers and my PC just blank screened as I was typing. Oh, yeah. But hey, anytime you, like, in my experience, when you update the graphic card drivers, you usually see some form of flickering like that. But yeah, I'm hoping for the best, man. That's not a great start to this day. What's up, Cooler SK? How's it going, kids? Okay on my end. Yeah, it usually flickers, but it just didn't come back, so restarted. Luckily it didn't broke itself. Oh, okay, yeah, that doesn't sound very good. I'm older today. Is it your birthday, Cooler SK? If so, congratulations. Or happy birthday. Isn't it fun becoming older? Technically, everyone is older every day. That is true. I'm looking for something like... I don't know what would cause this issue. It is something here. Position, dimension subdivided, resolution subdivided, transform. What do we do here? J, 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 Ix, Jx, both are float, UVx, UVy, dimension x, dimension y, calculate normal from height. I don't see it. Or actually, do I? No. Junior G 1024. Thank you so much for the follow. Cooler SK, yes, but is it documented officially? I think it's documented officially. Depends on how your country, the social security number system works in your country, I suppose. I don't know if there exists any countries that don't include the birth date in that one. At least here in Sweden, your social security number is the day you were born. So down to the day they can actually measure that you become older. In fact, this problem with the generation of this terrain we're getting is very weird. Very weird indeed. I probably fucked up somehow. Yeah, I definitely have. I just need to find where. Index ij. Have I fucked up in this function? Resolution.y plus 1. No. What's up, Cherry CB? What's up, what's up? Resolution Y. We get resolution. Ooh, is it here? And Norin Dev, what's up? How are you doing? Ooh, create new here. Dimension resolution. Nah, I don't see it. Age 12,467 days. That sounds a lot. I need to calculate this. Well, happy birthday, Kuro SK. My Finnish friend said Sweden is weird, but this is next level. Yeah, that's also what I got Cypher, but I don't know if you want to count like extra days and stuff like that. And Sweden is weird, I guess. Norin Dev, what are you working on? We're working on terrain generation, and I was hoping to be able to do some optimizations to my very crude terrain generation today, but I got stopped pretty early on because something is wrong in my terrain generation. So let me show you the issue we're having. So we have a terrain base here where we can specify how big it should be in Unity units, i.e. meters. So we say that it should be 1,000 times 1,000. And then we do resolution, so that means how many vertices should be used to represent this one in each direction. And then we can generate this. And it works fine for... you can also specify how many times it should be subdivided. So here we say subdivide it twice, which means that we get 4 times 4 patches. And this works very good. I think it works for 100 here as well. Let's take a look. Let's regenerate this. Ooh, very quick. Nice. Yeah, seems to work, but if we do 200, does it work then? Yes, it works. 500. Yes, it does. But okay, this just becomes weirder and weirder. If we do 2000, then we get a problem. $35. Beautiful 35. And Chersibi, 15,000 days I am. Damn, when you start talking about age in days, that just makes it worse, doesn't it? Or maybe if you started talking about your age in days instead, like maybe that would make you enjoy each day more, you know? Okay, so if we go over 1,000, we get errors like this, and this just doesn't make any sense to me. Is it the same case for if we go 1,500? Why does my system start screwing up as soon as we go over 1,000? So that's what we're gonna solve today, or start today with. Makes no sense. Or maybe it does. Get cooler SK or get even more anxious than you already are. Yeah, probably. Anxiety is for people who don't seek God and white people. Why the fuck does it not work when we do dimension and resolution above 1,000? It's weird. Is it just if we do 2,000 times 2,000 and regenerate it? Okay, so it's only when we change resolution above 1,000. Is that so? Okay, then I can probably pinpoint it a little bit better. Okay, so it's not even 10 o'clock my local time and we're already deep in God talk. Ooh, we get this issue as well. Okay, I'm very interested in getting to the bottom of this one. Is it... Okay, so resolution seems to be the culprit. And we do resolution here. Terrain patch. Vector 2 int. Can vector 2 int are we exceeding? Nah. We're not exceeding the max size, right? Max size. Max. No. Or can we do... Does it have a static method? No. Let's check it with a simple debug. So, or a simple print. When we instantiate here, let's do resolution. Let's debug.log resolution. Let's see what we get. I've always wondered if it's relative to the fractal level that is perceived. Are we talking about golden ratio? Maybe there's something to it. Yeah, maybe. Generate. Here, what do we have? 375. 375 shouldn't be max. What the fuck? Okay, so 375. Let's get to the bottom of this. 1500 divided by, is it 4? 375. Okay, so resolution is 375 times 375. But what? Ooh, what? What's going on? Is it something that is wrong with triangles? It shouldn't be. Congratulations, Cooler SK. What a beautiful feeling that must be. Finished commission, birthday, a whole day of just chilling. Nice. Damn, this song is pretty nice. Might want to save this one for later. Jazzy indeed. It's gonna be on the mug when DF Adventure Mode drops in a week. Elaborate. I'm intrigued. I don't know what DF is. But is your commission gonna be on the mug when DF? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, I do know Dwarf Fortress. Never played it though. Maybe I should now that they have a version that is not ASCII code, you know? But did you do a commission, a Dwarf Fortress commission? That's pretty cool. Okay, where in my code does it get screwed up? Because resolution X and resolution Y is the same. So why doesn't it work in one direction? A very cool Cooler SK. Looking forward to seeing it, because I'm guessing you can't show it just yet. One sec. You know me, Cooler SK. I'm too afraid to click on random links. Okay, so the generation we're seeing here can either be, it's extremely weird that these squares here, they become, or actually do we get, what is going on, man? I'm extremely paranoid. But we do have, okay, so here's another thing. we do have square-based. We have square-based quads. Like, they are not rectangle, or they are rectangle, but like they are not dragged out. Like, we're not trying to fit more squares. Fuck, this is weird. Yeah, this makes me think that it's a problem with this one. But why is it a problem with this one? Resolution Y. Y, X. Index. Come on, IJ. It's the fourth wall merch store, one of the several popular ones with streamers. Never seen. Can you split it to more segments? Sure, we can do. We can try. Let's try and experiment a bit more. So we can do. Let's try and do one. So 4 segments first. Let's see how it looks with 4 segments. We have the same issue. This has to be index. Okay, so this is with less segments. We still get the same artifact. Let's try more then. Let's subdivide it 3 times. So I think we will get 8 times 8 squares. Eight times 8 works. Does this make any sense? 8 times 8 work. Because it is 8 times 8, right? Let's see. Yes, it is. Okay, so that makes me think that the problem is resolution. We do subdivision here. We do int math f 2 to the power of subdivision constant x y. So we get subdivision as a vector 2 int. We then divide dimension with subdivision, so we get the dimension subdivided. Resolution subdivided. Terrain patch, subdivision x, subdivision y, j, y, j, y, x, I, x. I'm gonna feel stupid when I get to the bottom of this, I think. And then we create a new, are we screwing something up here? Position, dimension subdivided, resolution subdivided, transform. Okay, so basically what we have is see here. 1,000 x 1,000, 1,000 x 1,000. Two works. Doesn't work. What did we do? $2,000. Oh, actually, 1,000 x. Have we tried? It's something related to resolution and subdivision. Cooler SK, I'm 8 days off following this man for 6 years. And they're now afraid to click on my links. Hey, don't take it personal, man. I'm just that paranoid. Are you following the hardcore World of Warcraft scene, anything? Because there exists one hardcore guild there, and they had one dude playing along, acting fine for a long time, raiding with them every week until he saw his chance to fuck them up by wiping them all. Trust no one indeed. Not even yourself. Actually, trust yourself sometimes, right? I think you should put some comments in that code. Norindev, that's a very good point. But it's gonna change extremely often now. I think the code makes quite a lot of sense, doesn't it? It speaks for itself, right? That's what I tell myself. But then again, maybe I shouldn't trust myself. It shouldn't be anything with the neighboring, setting the neighbors. Set terrain data, generate. Code speaks for itself is a bad mentality. I always try to code. Fuck, the code should be self-explanatory, but yes. Yes. I get your point, I get your point. At least comment the sections so you can find them later. But you know, like, it's pretty straightforward mesh generation here. Mesh generation or procedural mesh creation and stuff like that. It needs comments. That's true. Will you remember what it does in 4 years? Fuck yeah, I will. I probably won't, but yeah, don't worry, we'll go through a documentation stage and comment it all. Yes, like actually, I've been looking into doing some nice comments before each method, because I do want, like when we're in a separate class and we hover above a method, I want to know what it does, basically. Trust no one, even future you, to understand your code. Yep, that's a good mindset to have. Spies can give you an entire lecture on that, I'm sure he can. Although, like 100%, the issue we're having now would not be solved. Once, maybe it would. Let's find the issue first, and then we can see if it could have been solved with comments. It's just, like, the behavior we're seeing is extremely weird, if you ask me. Regenerate. Yeah, okay. You see this? I'm almost entirely sure it's a problem of this one. But ij plus 1, why would this get fucked up from changing resolution subdivision? Yeah, good points. And we're like, let me create a GitHub issue on this later on, and I promise we will go through old code and comment it. Like, I agree. I can... like, at least comment blocks above each method that tells what that method does. Notes that promise down. I am gonna regret it, probably. Okay, I think the issue we're having is here. But I don't know why. Like, this here. This is the visuals of something. What the fuck? Make no sense. It's weird that it breaks during specific inputs as well. I'm wondering, is it a float/int problem? Vector 2 UVs. Could this be it? Do we need to cast both? No, we shouldn't. Resolution. Yeah, it's something with resolution when resolution has a weird value. Maybe this should give the correct floats, right? We cast I to a float and divide by resolution x, which is an integer. That shouldn't fuck up the division, right? Resolution, subdivision. This should also... I should be okay. Do you need to fix that even if it works for high resolutions? Yeah, we need to fix this. Like... yeah, we need to fix this. Imgur Cooler SK. I do trust that site. So weird. Subdivision. It's tight. Okay, so why do 1.5k divided by 4 divided by 4, 375 divided by 8. Ooh. Like this one. 2000 divided by 4, 500, 2000 divided by 8, 250. So a resolution of 1.5k divided by a subdivision of 2, that's 2 to the power of 2. So 4. Or actually, subdivision. We might be onto something here. Let's see. Subdivision. Not here, but yes, here. Math POW. 2 to the power of subdivision constant. So 2 to the power of 2 leaves us as at 4. So this is 4 and 4, and then we do resolution subdivided. Resolution divided by 4, right? 1 divided by 4. This one gives a whole number, but it doesn't work. To the power of 3, that's 1500 divided by 8. I'm not letting someone run off with my art again. Oh, that's probably good. Is that a case for Imgur? Do people steal shit there? Or does Imgur steal stuff? This one works, but we're getting not a whole number. This is weird. Like, I would get it if this one didn't work. Am I missing something here? Ah, 4 works as well. Nice. Does 1 work? One does not work. Actually, okay, 1 gives 4, 0. I'm just trying to find a pattern here because I have no idea. Okay, 0 doesn't work. Subdivision 0, that means that we get 2 to the power of 0, which is 1. So we get 1 and 1 here. Dimension divided by 1. So we get dimension here, which is 2000, right? Okay, maybe. I'm starting to understand this. Let's see. 2000. Subdivision is 1, so we have resolution here, which is 1.5K. So 2K, 1.5K. 1. 1. We offset it by half of dimension, which is 1000. And this is also 1000. But 0 here, so okay, yeah. Don't see any wrongs here. Then we create new terrain patches. Dimension subdivided, resolution subdivided. This one is 2K, this one is 1.5K, right? Yes. Let's jump into terrain patch then. Instantiate, we just do transform position, dimension is equal to dimension, resolution is equal to resolution. We print it. Do we have it somewhere? There. 1.5K, 1.5K. Then we do this delta is equal to dimension. Where do we use this? We only use this one for calculating the normals, so irrelevant. Unless let's do cell shading blue material. Yeah, and double-sided. Okay, so that's not the problem. I thought maybe that the normals got generated inverted. That doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, so let's move on. So this is irrelevant, but delta is, maybe we need to fix this anyway. Delta is supposed to be float. Dimension is float. This one is not, so it should still be float. Okay, let's continue. We then do generate 1.5K times 1.5K. That's correct. 6 times that should be okay. Or actually 1.5. Yeah, it's okay. Goes from 0 up to 1.5k. This one should be calculated, so u and v should be between 0 and 1, right? And it should be calculated correctly. I don't see why not. So it's 0 divided by 1.5. I shouldn't have to do this, right? Or should I? Can't imagine. Okay. It's a little bit clearer, so let's keep it. Dimension 2k. That's float, this is float. I don't get it. Nowhere am I seeing something that should be causing this weird result. I just want to double check if it is our normal solution. I don't think so. Maybe Debugger can help. Doubt it. Probably. I don't know where I should start checking though. This shouldn't be an issue, right? It's also a pretty good song. Get index wrapped and stuff like that is just something we use for normals. Get terrain patch is also just something we use for normals, so irrelevant. Set neighbors also used just for the normal. Instantiate. Is this one far off? Let's see. But it's weird that it would work for some setups, but not for all. Just need to double check this, double check everything now. IJ, this one, J+1, this one, I+1, J+1, this one. So that's the first triangle. Second one, this one, this one, this one. I don't see anything wrong there either. Resolution. It's some float integer thing, I think. It's so many values, so big values. I don't even know where to start. Yo, what's up, Devs Bias? Thank you for the raid. You too. And welcome to all the new viewers. We're doing some terrain generation here, or trying to debug some terrain generation. So if you find that interesting, you have come to the right stream. Okay, so something fun with the number 32, Cherry Sibby. So it seems like dimension subdivided. When this one dimension subdivided, or actually 8 when resolution subdivided, but this is an integer. It should... could it be... One sec, I'm just gonna grab a cup of coffee real quick. I'm gonna need it for this. Okay, back. Okay. Okay. I'm wondering... I have no fucking clue. But... okay. Okay. So on the back side here, we have a few very weird quads. Should I be more worried about the use of vector2int here? Vector2int. It just makes it so much easier to work with if we have integer in the full pipeline. Okay, let's start with smaller values, see if we can make it, like if we can simplify it and maybe even start a debugger to help with this. So let's go with a dimension of 10 times 10, 10, 10. So that should lead us to a very small terrain. Is that so? 10 times 10. Is it? Cube is 10 times 10. Yes. Okay, so 10 times 10 in dimension seems to be okay. Correct. We have subdivision of 4. Or 2 to the power of 2, so 4. 4 times 4, and that works. Each strip here should have resolution 10 divided by 4. What is that? That's a floating point number. 4, 2.5. Yeah, I should be able to calculate that myself. 2.5, which means that resolution will be 2.5. Like this one here, resolution subdivided will be 2.5. Could it be that we need to seal? Could it be this round error that causes it? 2.5 works, so we get 3. We can see here that the resolution here is 3 times 3. Actually, resolution is okay, it's 2 times 2. And then we do, yeah, from 0 to that one. So what would happen if we do 15, 15, regenerate? Do we still have an issue? 3. Okay, so if we do it like this, we get resolution 1, 1, which means that we only have quads. Times 20 still works without problems. like just trying to find the pattern here, why it stops working for certain values. It doesn't make much sense. Beautiful. Beautiful. Like, is it just for big values it starts getting messed up? But I mean, we're not even using too big of values. Look at this, beautiful. Totally fine. Actually, let me change. Let's try 1. Works. Works. But if we go up to 1000 here on resolution. Good morning, Hadokanan. Okay, 1000, 2000, 1000, and 2 and 2 works. Like, this is here we go. This fucks it up. Why? And it's so very weird that it's just in the, what is it, the X direction as well. So what that tells me is that we should, in one of the loops like this, we should have a problem. Oh, I don't know. Resolution. subdivision. Yeah. Let's see what kind of values we get. Dimension subdivided. Position, dimension subdivided, resolution subdivided. It's really only one of these that can be the cause of it, right? Subdivision, dimension subdivided, resolution subdivided. Subdivision is 2 because we have 2 to the power of 1 in each. The dimension is a 1,000 each because we have 2, yeah. And we have a resolution of 500 in each direction, and that is also correct. What bothers me here is that the X and Y values are the same, but we're getting different results in the X and Z direction, that is. Ooh. We don't. Never mind. When I initially got this error, I was hoping to find some mismatch here, like we were doing a for loop, but we were using X instead of Y, or the other way around. That I could see. But it doesn't seem to be the case. But this gives an error. Did we have 2 times 2? This does not. What's the logic? What's the pattern? Actually, the problem lies within these lines. Is it still same song playing? I have no idea. Don't think so. Maybe a very similar one. Actually, it's still same song as what? I do know one thing though, it's the same problem. Yeah, the previous one wasn't that good, I agree. Ooh, no, it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. It's something down here, I'm like 90% sure. It agitated me. Well, I will see if I can get the song name and blacklist it. That's how nice I am. And only going up to I and J, or resolution X and Y here, and not excluding resolution X and Y is the correct choice, because we do +1 +1. Whoa, 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 what? We have the same issue if we do subdivision constant 0. Yeah, that's... So then we have a subdivision of 1, 1. We have 2000 and a resolution of 1000. And we get the same issue. What's up, Fabic, and welcome to, I don't even know what to call this. It was supposed to be terrain optimization today on the schedule, but we ran into a problem that is boggling my mind. So we have a problem with certain setups here in dimension and resolution and subdivision constant. So we can actually remove subdivision constant since 0, 0 doesn't even work. So sometimes when you generate this mesh, it doesn't fully generate, and we get, like in the X direction it doesn't work, and we get these weird quads on the bottom. But this is not always the case. For 500, 1000, $100. Yeah, for 100 it works. So this is what we're sitting with. So the progress is currently in a standstill. Been watching these lines of code blind for the last hour. Some coding wizardry spells for 1 hour. Like, I'm not even sure what to call it at this point. Okay, 200 works as well. Good to know. 400 doesn't work. Fabic, if this is the issue, I'm happy. Let's see. I just need to know what that is first. So, mesh.index format. Damn, you're the real wizard here, Fabic. This is probably exactly what the problem is here. So we want to do mesh dot Jesus. So we want to do, yeah, if we're above this one, so we should probably go if Jesus. What is it? If vertices dot length is bigger than uint 16 dot max value, then we do we need to do index format uint 32, otherwise something like this, right? So if this, why is this one name can be simplified? U short. Okay, but no thank you. But actually, do we want to do... I want to try this, but first of all, let's try this one. Oh, I should have catched this, or should have been able to pinpoint it. If yeah, it has to be this. Yeah, dude, thank you so much, Fabic. Appreciate it. And that's why resolution and subdivision. Okay, yeah. Woke up just in time. I appreciate that you can wake up, enter chat, fix this issue instantly. Thank you so much. Damn. Okay, so let's move on. So I want to see if we can do it with this. If we can probably... Let's see if this works as well. Like, if we can save space, we want to save space. But if we can't, we don't want to. For reasons. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So then we can stress test this again. So if we go up to 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, and let's subdivide it, subdivision of 2. Yeah, there's a lot to be generated here. A little bit worried about the time it takes. So this begs the question, if one would want to like implement a dynamic LOD system, so like if we're far enough from a terrain patch, we want to switch it out. So for instance, let's say if we're close to it, it's rendered with 1,000 times 1,000 in resolution. But if we're far away from it, it's rendered with 100 times 100 in resolution. Do one want to cache this? Like when we create the terrain patch, do we want to generate the 2 different versions and just set it up, or do we want to generate it during game time? Probably the first one, right? But then it's the old question of this takes way much longer than I would have thought. But I guess so. Then it's the old question of memory space times, or do you want it to cost in memory space, or do you want it to cost in runtime? Let's see, what do we have here? Is this a bit overkill maybe? We don't even have generation on enter play mode, so I have no idea why this is taking so long. There we go. No idea. Okay, but this is good. So 82 FPS with this kind of terrain. I'm a little bit worried that it took that long to both generate and sort. So maybe we want to, like, we do want this much data to render because we want to like compare FPS. But maybe 5K times 5K is overkill. Although it's not that big, is it? 26 million triangles. Is that so? It's the first iteration of your generation. It will only get better. Thank you, appreciate it. Hopefully it will. Why are we getting twice the triangles? Is that... yeah, okay, that's probably true. Yeah. Okay, but around 25,000 verts. Or actually, yeah, it does make sense, right? Yeah, hopefully it will get better, you know. Sometimes when you play around with optimizations approaches and you don't really know what's going on in the background, you might make it worse sometimes. Okay, let's put it this way. It might be a curve that goes both up and down, but hopefully over the long run, it will only get better. $75, but do we want to run? Do we want to do it with this? 75. Fabric, we're here to help. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm dying to try 75 FPS. So this is like, what do I want to call it? Like pure vanilla terrain generation in Unity. We're using mesh filter and mesh renderer. And we're doing it all in a mono behaviors. So let's start with, I want to experiment with manual LOD. Do these even, do we see this one? If I, let's see here, 185. Yeah, we see them a tiny bit, but not that much, to be honest. Did I get them all? I think so. No, not this one. Okay, so we have 4 in the middle, and then we have those, and we do see them, right? Yeah, a tiny bit. Oops. Burst for generation and render mesh indirect for rendering, and you're golden. Yeah, I'm dying to try it. I'm dying to try it. But these do affect the performance, right? So 75, 90. Yes, definitely. But like 15 FPS. That's not like the first thing I would like to try is like if we just take the ones that are furthest away from the camera and we render them with, so we're at 5K times 5K vertices for these right now. If they are this far away from the character and we choose to render them with 500 times 500 vertices instead, will we get a performance boost? Probably, but like disabling them just gives us 15 FPS, so I don't think that's too much. Should we jump on the big guns first of all? So burst helps us for the generation and render mesh indirect for rendering. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try it, but we're gonna make the patches. We're gonna use less data for the meshes because I don't want to wait for this every time we start and stop. Remember, with LOD you will have to stitch the patches again. So you mean the normal between the patches. Is that what you're talking about, Fabic? Because yeah, we will probably get some issues there. But like we calculate the, let's see here. Oh yeah, no, we have where do we, was it in editor? No, a player, was it? Which setting was it? Player, yeah. So it's is it really in player? I know which setting you're talking about, I think. And we did have it set up correctly previously, but we had some problems with null conditionals because they weren't really that supported in Unity. It was a whole thing, and I haven't gotten around to removing all of those. So we actually got some errors sometimes if we didn't make Unity reload. But let's focus on terrain now. So let's go with, I wonder if 2000 times 2000 will give us a little bit of a leeway. Like, generate quicker, jump in and out of play quicker. Let's see. Ah, beautiful. I wonder though, what FPS do we get with this setup? So this is way less. Yeah, instead of 25 vertices, we're just talking about 4.7 million. It's too many frames. Ah, fuck it. Let's do. Let me just add to the notes. What did we have? Previously we had with the default, with the one we had when we did 5k times 5k. What did we have? We had 75 FPS, I think, and now if we do default and we do 2k times 2k, we get 230 maybe. I don't know. Like, what I'm worried about is that I thought it was there as well. Here we do. Enter play mode settings. It's in editor. I think it's this one you're talking about. So one could remove both reload scene and reload domain. But I think it's reload domain. Like in my code, I have... In a few places I have something like this. I have something like a mono behavior dot do something. So I have null conditionals sprinkled throughout my code because I love them. I think they are beautiful, but at the point of writing it, I didn't know that this is not really... They don't work great with Unity's way of checking null conditionals and stuff like that. I think I linked something about it. Let's see if I can find it. In my Discord. Yes, here we go. So... yeah, you want to avoid null conditionals, and like for the most part we don't have any problems with it, but if we disable, I think it's this domain here, so we don't make Unity reload the domain every time we enter play mode, then we might have like trash or dead pointers hanging around thanks to null conditionals, which just makes us get a lot of errors instead. So until I have removed all null conditionals I do in my code, I can't really uncheck these. Let's see, Fabric. Also in your mesh initialization, I would put the data in just like... yeah, maybe we should. That is true. And what's up, what's up, Peach? We're doing pretty good right now. So initially we had some problems with the terrain generation. It didn't generate how we wanted it to, but then Fabric entered YouTube chat and solved it instantly. So now we can move on to more interesting stuff, and stuff I've never worked with before. So I just wanted to write down real quick. So if we work with a terrain with 5k times 5k and we have a subdivision of 2, we get 75 FPS. If we work with terrain that is 2k times 2k with a subdivision of 2, we get 230 FPS. So I reckon that we won't really see that much of a difference on 2k times 2k, but who knows? Let's try it. So right now, what do we do? What do we do? We work with so you mean let's worry about that in a second. So should we jump on graphics render mesh instance and graphics render mesh in direct? Should we check on those? Next, see if we can speed it up. So the idea then is to use this one instead of mesh filter and mesh render. So we skip those two components and use this one instead. I want to check this one, how this one compares well. So once again, linked to me by Fabric. I've never worked with this before, but I'm looking forward to it. Renders multiple instances of a mesh using GPU instancing. Is this for you? I would recommend the indirect version. Yeah, maybe that's true. So like when I read this line here, renders multiple instances of a mesh using GPU instancing. So right now when we do the, we actually create this mesh with like the mesh vertices are offsetted based on height, which means that for each terrain patch is not, each terrain patch is its own mesh object. So they're not really the same mesh, right? But we should be able to get away from that. Cooler SK, he opened a link from chat. I haven't done that. It has to be the same mesh, yes. So that means that we can utilize this one if we do the height rendering of the mesh on the GPU. But how would one go about doing the I think we can do this with some magic. Like we still need to stitch together neighboring terrains, but I think we can do that in a very nice way using texture objects, because we really just need the edges. So we could do this if we, for instance, we could use this to its full extent. if when we generate the meshes, we generate each patch, and we generate all the patches just once, and then we just like copy them, or like we generate them once and then we render them at X positions using this. So then we render the same mesh, but the problem is still there. Like we need to properly render the normals and calculate the normals. But if we do that on the GPU, it should be okay, right? Render parameters. What do we have here? Camera. Okay. For all cameras. Layer. Material props. Submesh index. When the mesh contains multiple materials, we're gonna have this as well, I think. Yeah, we are. We're gonna want to paint our mesh. So do we actually want to call this multiple times for each material then, with a different value for submesh index? Is that how we want to do it? The array of instance data. Whoa. This one has a link, this one has a link. Native array. Okay. Instance data. Okay. Unity automatically calculates bounds for the instances of this mesh. Okay. Okay, so we have to create this one as well. It's okay. Or actually, this one is going to be key to rendering the patches on the correct positions. Yeah. Okay, this is pretty cool actually. do these need to be named in a correct way, right? Unrelated to rendering. Okay, and then we have render mesh indirect. Okay, a lot of new things here. I wonder... So, like, the stitching right now, so the idea is that this we calculate once and then we render it X times or instanced for how many patches we want. It's pretty straightforward except for this part, but I think we can get around this by okay, I'm a little bit worried. Like, if we want to use random mesh instance, let's start with that one, and we'll see if we can jump over to this one later on. But if we do want to use this one, then, and we want all the terrain patches to be the same, like same mesh, then we have to move the normal calculation of the terrain to the GPU. Which means that for every frame we render, we're gonna have to, we are going to recalculate this data every frame, I think. Or you could either do that or calculate it once, save it in a texture, and read from the texture. But then the question, like, that's probably quicker, because if we calculate this on the GPU, we're gonna have to read the height value, and if we want to do stitching and we want to get similar result as we have now, we're gonna have to read the height texture 6 times. Render mesh instance has to have the mesh past each frame. The indirect version caches meshes. Okay, that's beautiful. So that's what we want to jump to. That's definitely what we want to use. But the biggest problem is the normal calculation. We could calculate the normals on the CPU as we do now. That's, and then we send that as a texture. Is that how we want to do it, though? If I understand things correctly. So we would pretty much do everything the same here. Do this as well, but we pack this into a texture. Fabric, you can generate normals separately in a job. Yeah, what I'm worried about is, like, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that if we want to use the same terrain patch for multiple terrain patches, like if we want to use the same terrain patch mesh for multiple terrain patches, they are gonna have to have the same normals as well, right? This mesh needs to be the same for all of them, which means that this one has to be the same for all of them, which means that we can't, and also the height. The vertices and the normals needs to be the same. Which means that we need to calculate height and normals on the GPU. Right, we need to offset the vertices and recalculate the normals on the GPU. I think. Or am I misunderstanding something? Probably am. Instance data. Can we use this? The array of instance data used to render instances. List T or native array. So it can be whatever we want it to be, basically, yes. I just don't understand how it's used later on. Oh, okay, yeah, I understand. So this is how we... Like, are these names defined by Unity, which we have to adhere to, or... And is this how we use them in the shader as well? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's a normals. What's up, Lil Pharmacy? What does it take to remember all of the components and know which ones work and which ones don't? I have no idea, man. Like, I do want to render this instanced, but my big question mark is the normals. So we are gonna have to calculate them on the GPU, right? And the height, because as soon as we change, like, we want our terrain patches to have different height maps, and as soon as, like, if they have different height maps, this makes each terrain patch unique, and we can't use instanced rendering to render them. But then again, maybe that's not so bad. I'm thinking of doing, let's see, let's move slowly here. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Terrain base, terrain data container, terrain patch. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Terrain instanced, dimension, resolution, subdivision constant, height, range, material, terrain data, test flag, whatever. Terrain patches. Let's do it like this. Terrain instanced. Let's do it. We're gonna develop two solutions side by side. Terrain instanced. Let's call this one, but let's keep rename. Let's keep the name convention or whatever one want to call it the same. Although I wonder, terrain data container, we might want to keep, we might reuse this one actually. Yeah, we do. Terrain base, terrain patch. So we're gonna rename this one terrain base instanced. I don't know how good of a name instanced is, but let's roll with it. And then we do C# terrain patch instanced. So terrain patch instanced is not going to be a mono behavior. This one will pretty much only be a data container and hopefully contain, or hopefully, the goal right now with my current understanding is this one will have instance data. So it will keep the object to world matrix and stuff like that. And then we can ask for this information in terrain base instance when we want to render stuff. So terrain instanced, terrain patches, terrain patch instanced. We're gonna do this calculation, this calculation, this. Yeah, here's the thing, we want to keep some of these things, so terrain patch, let's just copy this one, terrain patch, dimension, resolution and delta. This is nothing this one will keep track of anymore. Terrain data container, we're gonna keep that one. Neighbors, we do want that one, but terrain patch instanced. This, we're gonna move that one to terrain base instanced. Terrain base instanced. Although I'm not entirely sure we do need this anymore, because if we continue in the direction I think we're gonna want to continue, then normals are gonna be calculated on the GPU. UVs and vertices will only be calculated once at startup, and then we will never change them. We will only change them on the GPU, so to speak. So we might skip this, to be honest. Yeah. Do we want resolution? Let's keep this one for now, but we're not going to use it that much. Don't need that. So let's try and generate this, but with the terrain patch seam visible. We're gonna take a few steps backwards. Set neighbor. We don't have a layer here anymore. Set material, we don't have a material here anymore. Set terrain data, we do want to set this one. But I think we have done a pretty fucked up thing here in the previous solution. Yeah, okay, so the texture we have created has pretty much been dependent on resolution. So when we did a 5K times 5K resolution, we had a 5K times 5K texture, but the actual resolution of the texture wasn't like, we had a 5K texture, but we populated it with data from a 64 times 64 texture. Come on. Yeah, but I'm okay with that. But we want to do a bonjour, Cynic. How are you doing? I did my best French accent. It wasn't very good. Oh, sick again. I'm sorry to hear. Nothing too serious, I hope. I'm pretty good. I do have some tiny shit going on, like some minor cold. But not enough to, like, not enough to keep me from grinding. I want to do this in a different way, I think, in this new data container. What do we do? New data, temps. Yeah, let's do it like this. Set terrain data, texture, height, range. Here we're just gonna do dot width, dot height. So in this solution we base the terrain data texture on the actual terrain data texture. We don't try to upscale it or downscale it. Last 3 days been awful, feeling good now except coughs. Okay, so you're getting better. Nice to hear, nice to hear. On the grind indeed. Yeah, being real sick sucks. Nothing but compassion from here. And we don't need instantiate. We do want position. Okay, so what we want now is, we can make this a bit cleaner. Let's see here. Terrain data, neighbors. Public terrain patch instanced. I'm dying to see the result we can get from this. The performance gain or performance loss. Contemplating on what to eat. It's either pyttipanna or kebab. Always kebab. Both are good. So in this construction we only want vector 3 position, I think. And this one, we're gonna save this one in here. And this one is going to be used to populate this one, I think. Yes. So it's gonna be an offset position basically. Object to world. Oh, we don't need... Actually, we're gonna have position, but we're gonna save it as a matrix. Object to world matrix, yes. That is also a good point, Harukanan. So what we're gonna have here is a private mat for matrix 4x4. Is it what we want to use? Yes. Object to world matrix. Yeah, and like depending on how sick you are, like you might not enjoy the full potential of a kebab. So, matrix 4x4 unity. So basically object to world matrix is equal to matrix 4x4 dot trs position quaternion what is this, eigen, or I always forget. Fabric. What did we put? Identity is the correct one for it. Yes. Identity and vector 3 1 for scale. Beautiful. Ooh, soup when sick. That is good. Oh, I love that. So each patch is going to have an object to world matrix based on the position only. We're not gonna rotate or scale it. Neighbor, what more do we need? We don't need generate. Calculate normal from height. Fuck it. So this one is also just going to be a like container for information. I wonder, do I want to merge it with terrain data container? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. terrain patch instance. So what we want to create as well is some form of struct my instance data. Oh, fuck, do I want to? Now we want to change a lot of things here, but we can do it like object to world. I wonder if we can do we need to define this struct as well. So something like this. Okay, so something like this, I think. Terrain base instanced. What do we do here then? Yeah, generate. We still want to calculate all of these things. Position, yes. But here we want to do material. Nah, we're gonna have material here. Is equal to new. We're actually going to include texture 2D here. Terrain data texture. Yes. Wow, good job, Cypher. It almost feels like I'm in UK. So new terrain patch instanced, and what do we want to add here? No, not terrain base, but terrain patch instanced. Position. So position, did we have some offset as well? No, I don't think so. Terrain data and height range. Then we add the neighbors, and then we generate them, but we're gonna do this differently. Okay. So it's more like Resolution subdivided. Yeah, we need this one. So we instantiate these, we create the terrain patches, which are now just data holders basically. Then we're going to generate one mesh, we're going to draw that one instanced, and then we're going to see if we can create the height and normals on the GPU. %20 off on Subway, go for it. I'm a big fan of Subway, but it also feels like Subway might not be... Like, it feels like I would enjoy it much less if I were sick. It doesn't feel like a sick food, you know? Depending on the sickness, I suppose. I never had Subway. What? What's up, Rogue Bit? Subway versus kebab. Subway versus kebab is hard. That's a hard decision for me. Yeah, that is pretty insane, Harukanan. Never had Subway. What the hell? Good, keep it that way. Terrain patch. Okay, so what we want to do this. Let's see here. Actually, probably want to do this one right at the start here. If resolution, terrain data, okay. And then we create these. We set up the terrain patch instanced. And if we can make this work, this is also a beautiful place. We can make some really nice optimizations, because we don't need to send in vertices like this, I don't think. I think we can make some, if we can make this work, we can optimize it a lot. Let's see. Steak and cheese is pretty much my go-to when I go to Subway. I love it. Chicken teriyaki is also very nice. To be honest, it's been probably half a year since I had a sub last time. Maybe the quality has gone down, I don't know. Depends on where in the world you are. Do we want this function here? Probably do. Yes. Or how often do we use it? We use it here. If we do it like this, we want to do generate here, I think, and we want to... Do we actually want to draw it each update? Yeah, probably we do. do want normals as well. Yeah, let's copy that one. Terrain patch. So we create everything as we previously did, except for the up being, oops, just 0.0. F. Where did I screw up? Yeah. And instead of doing calculate normal from height, we just do vector 3 dot up for now. Triangle index. And then we do we have a mesh? Private mesh. Index format. What? Why don't we have access to this one anymore? Is it rendering that has it? Maybe it is. Or actually it's system, right? Vertices, triangles, UVs, normals, yes. And then we're not gonna do this. We're gonna do something else. So in update, we wanna do graphics, or actually we want to do for each terrain patch instanced in terrain. We don't need to in. So for each of these we want to do graphics render mesh instanced. Fabric going into lurk mode, have to grab some breakfast. Alright, enjoy the breakfast. Render params. Let's take a look. We need to fix these as well. Let's see. Just new render params with a material. Yeah, let's do it. Wonder if we can do mesh private render params. Need to check one thing. terrain patch delta dimension divided by resolution. Okay, so if we want to run the mesh instance, render params, and then the mesh in question, submesh index 0 for now, and then we have instance data list. We might want to do it like, we don't need a for loop here. I think we want to do it like render params mesh 0 instance data. Here we want to do terrain patches, although we work with do we have flatten or whatever it's called, dot guess there's no quick way to change this. We might go with a list instead of a matrix. So C# matrix to array. Cast. Can we do this? Terrain patches dot of type terrain patch instanced to array, but this one should return, I don't know, I want to wait with the to array. And we want to do to list, right? Yeah. I always forget, is it where C# link filter, not filter, but C# link do something for each element. Or do something to each element. Data. No, terrain patch instanced, and then patch dot data, and then here we do to list Instance count -1. Let's take a look exactly what it means. The number of instances to render. When this argument is -1, default Unity renders all the instances from the start instance to end of instance data array. Beautiful. So we can just leave the rest to 0, I think. Is this how we want to do it? But we want to move from this one to this one in the future, I think. But let's see if this even works. So what do we have? We have terrain base instanced, which during generate creates a lot of terrain patch instanced and gives them a position, terrain data, and height range. And then set up the neighbors, then we create one mesh like this. In this case we might even do just skip this and do recalculate normals. And then each frame we draw this mesh on different positions based on the terrain patches we instantiated without height. So what do we want to do? Copy this one. Garden instanced. $2,000. Okay, with this big of an terrain, it actually takes a lot of time to just save the seed. But okay. So if we run now, garden instanced should do generate during awake, and then during update it renders the mesh at multiple positions. Let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna minimize this garden to avoid this. Okay, we get a lot of errors. Garden, let's do 100. Regenerate it. There we go. Should be way quicker now. Okay. What do we have here? It's the same issue time and time and again. Material needs to enable instancing for use with random mesh instance. Oh yeah. Is that the only issue we have? That's nice. So object prototype material, yes. Object prototype instanced material. Let's just click this one. Let's see. Okay, this sucks. So, where to begin? Where to begin? Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, okay. So during playtime we actually have it. But... okay. But yeah, the FPS is shit because we're sending it to the GPU each frame, I suppose. Very weird behavior. But 64... whoa, whoa, whoa. 64 million vertices. Is that so? Yeah, we also have this one, but that's just 100 times 100. $64 million. Not entirely sure about that one. Let's see. $64, what did we have? 2000 times 2000, and then we have actually 4 times 4 times 16. 64 million. Okay, that's the number. So, oh yeah, we're doing resolution here. Yeah, that's true. So we're not using resolution subdivider, we're using resolution. So we actually, we have 64 million. 64 million vertices, and if we compare that to 5k times 5k, 5,000 times 5,000. Okay, we only have, so when we did this with the old terrain system, or old, the previous one, we rendered it at 5k times 5k vertices split up over 16 patches, and we achieved around 75 FPS, and that's only 25 million. Okay, so let's see if we can fix this one, make it with the proper values. So when we do these calculations down here, like resolution, do we use subdivision? No, we don't, but we use resolution and dimension. Dimension, yeah, we have dimension here. So we actually want to do resolution subdivided. Like that. And then we do resolution subdivided and dimension subdivided. Okay. Let's see what kind of result this yields when it comes to frames per second. And we should have, what is it, 20... 60. Okay, now we don't have any. Wonder why. We should have 4 million vertices. Okay, it worked previously, but not anymore. Can't imagine it. Recalculate normals. Could it have been this one? And now we have it again, 64 million vertices. The only thing I changed was, instead of doing resolution here, we do subdivided resolution. What's up, Fabic? Welcome back. One big thing you can do is when generating the mesh, don't generate the vertices that all are already there. Okay, we're gonna see. Everything seems to be generating correctly. I think it's just that we want to subdivide these. We want to subdivide the base mesh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we want to do like resolution. We want to use the subdivided resolution here, I think. I do wonder why that resulted in a weird... Why the result became weird though, or why it didn't render at all. Okay, so that's resolution, and we have dimension as well. We don't want to change it up here, but we do want to change it here. Yes. So the previous one, when we have not subdivided here, works. The new one, this one did not, unless I made some other mistake I didn't notice. Okay, that's true. Let's see if that one generates, if we get that one. Yeah, we do. Okay, 109, index out of bounds. Oh yeah, because when we do index, we ask for an out of bounds. We do index here and it's resolution. Non-subdivide. Okay, for now, I just want to try this quick. So let's do to int resolution subdivided. Like that. Mm. $4 million. Yeah, that's about right. So here we have terrain without normals and height using draw instance. We do it in like every frame. We call this. So the next step would probably be to move from this one to this one, I guess. But actually the question is garden. Okay, yeah, we're gonna try that tomorrow, but before we move on to the other method, we're going to see if we can create a shader that alters the terrain so that we get height and the correct normals again. But that will have to wait until tomorrow because I've got to go now, unfortunately. But like, interesting steps ahead. I'm looking forward to it. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time. And as usual, thank you all so much for watching, and have a great rest of the day. Yeah, I know, but I have some other more boring stuff to do. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.